welcome back. Frigidite here as always. What does that do again? Okay. Not sure what I'm gonna use that on though. But yeah, I'm quite prepared for the Walpurgis Nacht event when it rolls around this Thursday. But more lunacy, well, that's not gonna be a bad thing. Wait, yeah, use that team. Now, is this ID actually any good? Tremor Decay. Yeah, defensible by 1 for every 4 tremor potency on them. Huh. Plus 5% damage for every 6 tremor potency on target. Well, how good is he at stacking it? Very good. So, yeah, he's not bad. Take plus 10% damage from Wrath and Envy skills on Clash Lose. Gain 1 burn. Let's see, and skills hit the skills that apply burn potency or unique burn on hit with Envy skills. Inflict additional burn potency on target by half the skill's total coins. Okay, so this one would be pretty good for a burn team. Could also be rather good for a charge ID as well. Let's see, 4 plus, let's see, gains 7 charge count. Consume all charge count on self, deal plus 2% damage for every charge count consumed. Let's see. Yeah, I saw the announcement from, oh yeah. Also, just in case anyone wants to add me to their friends list, yeah, there's information right there. I could probably afford to add some better IDs. Yeah, change that one for... probably that one. Huh? Okay, unequip. Oh, that's why. It didn't hit confirm. think I should probably update the others as well. I could probably afford to change that one. Probably for Wild Hunt Heathcliff. Thinking that one. Oh yeah, forgot I had that one. Let's see. Attacking just single target. Let's see. Coin power +2 and deal plus 100% damage. The target has 4 plus seeking clash power +1. The main target has higher than 1 gloom resistance. Deal plus 3% damage for every 0.1 excess resistance. At 2 plus gloom resonance, deal plus 8% damage for every gloom resonance. And if 1 or more targets are killed, deal... Yeah, that actually works pretty well with that ID. Oh yeah. That's a really good one to add. Don't know of any other Volpurgis Noct identities. Well, actually, there's this one. What the crap are some of the other really good ones that I've got? I'm thinking maybe that one. Oh. Derp. Oh yeah, I checked that one. Where his egos? Oh yes, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Now to really get on with it. The hall was chilled with a tense air. Those present all sat in complete silence. Then there's Jia Yuan Chun with her lips slightly curled into a mirthless sneer. And at the center of it all sat Jia Shi Chun, unsure of what to say next. Well, everyone. Yuan Chun, seated next to the hierarch seat upon which Shi Chun sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. Honored heads of houses, lords of each family, their proxies, members, and... She nods lightly, acknowledging our awkward presence. And little Shi Chun's guests who stay here at our Age Corp. Our Age Corp seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. Isn't she technically from Q Corp? What's up with her acting like she's anything less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did everyone catch that? Our H Corp? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous. Especially with Jia Shichun, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly, she is using the pretense of assisting the hierarch to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. As we are all aware, Venerable Forward Jiabu has always discussed with and confided me about matters of the greatest import, the momentousness of which steered the very course of H Corp's prospects. Even after I departed the family for Q Corp, Venerable Former Jiabu has always written missives to confer such matters with me. Prove it. Something about it smelled suspicious, but we'd already missed the window to challenge her to present us with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the Venerable Jiabu's will, I shall be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H Corp. What a grandiose and self-important introduction. It seemed clear to me that she considered herself to be the main character of this scene, or something. Your grace certainly befits your situation, Lady Yuan Chun. We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Hongyuan despite your already saturated schedule. We can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity, Lady Yuan Chun. My parents, true shame that they couldn't be here, have always sung praises of your expertise, Lady Yuan Chun. Responses from the participants are just as protracted, only obsequious instead of arrogant. As heads of some of those houses were under investigation for consorting with the forces foreign to Hongyuan, their vacuum was filled by their children's generation, many of whom we had the pleasure of meeting during the family hierarchy war. Yeah, very well, then shall we welcome Jia Chun, the next person to sit upon the seat of Hongyuan's family hierarch? Greetings, I am... Now, let us begin. For many years, all those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for the eternal prosperity and growth of H Corp. Jia Chun's expression immediately sours as Yuan Chun unceremoniously cuts off her self-introduction. First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage of new major policy items that have been tabled for far too long. Distributive contribution rights auctioning policy, orderly amnesty policy. Hold on, big sister Yuan Chun. Passing the distribution contribution rights auctioning policy would allow the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before reconstruction days. And the quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantage to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them large real estate assignments regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. Jia Shichun stutters a little flustered before continuing. My point is, these policies are going to rattle H Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies were pretty much drawn to favor lining the pockets of a select few families and high-ranking officials of H Corp. If I may, Venerable Hierarch, lining the pockets? That is quite an odd turn of phrase to refer to the bare minimum of respect the society might repay to its highest contributing members, don't you think? Oh, before we continue, Shichun, I'm not entirely certain if you are aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family hierarch, the perceived value of Hongyuan has been racing to the, for lack of a better term, rock bottom. Clearly, this demonstrates Hongyuan's concern and its lack of faith in the newly appointed family hierarch. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and reputation freefall and restore prosperity and greatness to Hongyuan once again. Yeah, okay, and that's the family hierarch's job, right? Why are you... you had perused H Corp's Articles of Association, you would have known that should H Corp be deemed to be in a state of crisis, the four great houses and the board of directors in the voice may also carry de facto power in the assembly. And the board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in a state of crisis. State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family hierarchy was legitimate, down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slander are taking our value, which we have built up assiduously through years upon years of toil. So what is this if not a state of crisis? It's only a state of crisis to was it the four great pillars and the members of the board. What is it? What's the saying? Never let a crisis go to waste, even if it's a manufactured one. And who would have doubted the new family hierarch's qualities when this decline has coincided precisely with her ascension? Jia Yuanchun was somehow turning the room against Shi Chun without presenting a single shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome hierarch who is single-handedly tanking H Corp's value. No one in the assembly, and not a single representative from any families present, stepped up to point out how Shi Chun's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside forces that had marched right up to Han Yun's front yard. Or how she deftly maneuvered her forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of the chaos within Daguanyun. She hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension, despite her relative inexperience, but... Everyone in Han Yun's board of directors, the heads of each family, averted their eyes as though all of that had somehow inconceivably slipped their minds. No, it's because the policies being proposed would benefit them. So you take yourself to be a qualified individual for that responsibility, Shi Chun? Very well, then proceed. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years quarterly net revenue records for Argument's singularity-related businesses, your calculations on next year's fiscal debt forecasts, and the exact recipe and variation members for the boluses that have been registered in the last 5 years. That's, The venerable hierarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. You must all be aware of the chaos that followed the ascension. We are still indexing all available materials too. Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Han Yun has the family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Han Yun's historical statistics. I'm calling bullshit on that. Jia Yuanchun must have known all along too. She must have known how the previous family hierarchs were all directly supplied with an immense repository of information through the Xuanhuang worm or something of the equivalent. And she's used it to target Shi Chun's weakness. Knowingly asking questions she, the first family hierarch without the Anomna worm, couldn't possibly answer. And how exactly does she know about the Anomna worm? The responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of the hierarch, Jian Mu, are matched only by the great power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we to leave the matters of the wing to someone who is so evidently unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to cultivate the motion of no confidence. The motion of no confidence? A motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, resulted in the removal of the chief executive from office. So they're going after Shi Chun's power. So this is the picture Jia Yuanchun wanted to paint. An impotent family hierarch stammering and stumbling through her first meeting to the total and near unanimous lack of support from the H Corp board of directors. Whatever jargon they're on about, seems to me they've got not an ounce of respect for the last orders. I'll trust twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first ones to kick you out the moment they no longer see you as useful. You're not the only one who's pissed off, so can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? Don't need to make our frustration any more obvious, you know. I also would have left the chair long enough if it weren't for this loss. In H Corp, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of the family hierarch's powers will be removed. It is entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. Oh, so they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. This is some needlessly convoluted way to... The Assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. Are there any objections to bringing the motion of no confidence against family hierarchy Jia Chun to the floor? Hold on! The vote of no confidence isn't an item you can invoke so lightly. The Shi family has no objections. Let's say the Wang family has no objections either. The Shui family too. The rest of the previous family heads seems to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power were more youthful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to be solely interested in staying in Jia Yuanchun's good graces. New faces, same old. And needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. "'Tis far too vexing to simply watch and do naught." Right? I knew you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. They're walking all over Shichun like she's not even here. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unabated. Hey, seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm not going to hesitate to make myself heard again. This time I want to be courageous. With your help, Don Quixote. Come on, let's do this together, okay? Very well. I am in agreement. Yeah, let's go on 3 at the same time. If there are no objections... 1, 2... Assembly will put this resolution to vote in a month, and... 3... Here I am... Objection! Bloody hell! Oh, have you gone mental? Sinclair stood tall at the center of the entire room's undivided astonishment alone. Eh? Don Quixote, still firmly in her seat, gazed upon Sinclair's proud stand and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, there has evolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuit of justice there has become, with such unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum. Has someone done an image macro that replaces that smug look on her face with a troll face? Please tell me someone's done that. Certainly, mine efforts have finally borne fruit. What the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff suddenly rub off on you or something? No, wait, no. What happened there, Don Quixote? What happened to objecting together? Oh, I take it that you suggested to me that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels, borrowing the titles of the illustrious Red Gaze. The Department of LCC? Disputes and succession of power in such a high level of government are hardly ever resolved with rash grandstanding. Wouldst thou not agree? Why are you normal all of a sudden? What just happened? I'm just a clammy big boy. Well, that's... I guess I just assumed that this is how Limbus Company rolls now. This seems to have been an unexpected outburst from Shichun's guests. Withdraw your objection, and we will consider this a momentary loss of control and not entered as an official statement. It was, This have made my presence known. Well, Sinclair certainly did. Sinclair's eyes are shaking like someone with his life on the line. If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her abilities. So please, I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Shichun demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of the family hierarch? His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. He can't, and how could anyone? How could anyone when we all had a very clear view of her path to ascension? During the family hierarch evaluation, Jiao Baoyu donated the coins he received from Jiao Chu to you. Essentially, you pity-partied your way to victory. Pity-partied? And for your ascension, Jiao Chu and those outsiders from an upstart company had to, almost literally, carry you to the seat. Has there even been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process?
Gee, I don't know, maybe she managed to actually, use some political savvy or negotiating skill to parlay a deal with Jia Baoyu and this upstart company that actually has an awful lot of clout. Enough that it could perhaps rival a corporation. But have we not all been witnesses to the qualities she exhibited during the family hierarchy evaluation and her own ascension? You must have no shame snarking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unwitting buffoon. That's when quiet, even footsteps broke through Jia Yuanchun's merciless dismantling of Jia Shichun.
Yet, I see the point. The hierarch, with her grace, needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. This is no place for an outsider to speak, but proceed. How will she prove herself before us? What an odd statement, coming from a fellow outsider who's been chattering for minutes on end. Forgive me, I could only presume from your verbosity that the right to speak in this forum was open to all outsiders. You have said it yourself, no? That the vote on the no-confidence resolution will proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is rather clear to me that there are many who find her own defeat at the family hierarch war difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Very well, a fair challenge between clans, which would preclude the participation of the family hierarchs in the Heisho Pacts and the Jialan Guards. So remove her Pao and Ju before the game even begins. Why not make this test a series of sparring matches in both academia and martial arts, if such is the case? How? What audacity! Do you truly have that much faith in Zhao Shichun's abilities? You must know the consequences of failing these matches, no? It would be a unanimous one-sided end to the vote of no confidence, and naturally, any and all rights appertaining to the family hierarch shall be transferred to the board of directors. This intervelo was cinema. So I've heard. That is fine by us. Fine by us. You're free to choose any champion whom you see fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. But in the midst of the confused, flabbergasted silence for the other sinners, a clear, carefree, yet defiant voice rings out. Hong Lu's retort. That's not true at all, big sister Yuan Chun. We actually have just as much confidence in Shi Chun as she does. His wide eyes stared directly and unblinkingly into Jia Yun Chu's. It occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. Impudent child! How dare he stare me down like that? Then you're welcome to try. 1 month, but 1 month to prove before all an audience that she is indeed fit to be the family hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance would be no different from those that the traitors are facing, wouldn't you agree? Well then, we'll excuse ourselves now. Wait, I'm... Zhigang turns around toward us with the same mysterious smile and slowly directs us outside the assembly hall. We may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of the family hierarch. A month is a time far too brief for drastic improvement, regardless of for whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight might teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one such master might take? Not to mention the official channels through which you must bring them past Guanyuan's walls, which may take up to 2 months. Why not relent now and relinquish but a part of your powers to the family heart to the board of directors? So basically, you're gonna use bureaucratic bullshit to run out the clock and not even let her prove herself. Seems that this fellow outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that, when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? Jia Shichun's masters, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. Zhigang gestured thoughtfully toward the flabbergasted sinners, and the assembly came to an end. I have to admit, I'm kind of chomping at the bit for the Walpurgis Nacht with all the lunacy and tickets I've stockpiled already. It's nice managing to make enough money to that I can actually manage it instead of just making it and spending it. Or I guess making money and paying bills. Which is kind of funny I say that. I'm still not making anything for my streams. At least I don't think I am. We were planning to train Zhao Shichun anyway, but it seems that we are now under an unexpected deadline. Hey, when you said the LCB was going to help me out, did you guys mean that you're going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? Of course not, Shichun. Big sister Yuan Chun's an old snake. You've just given her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall to prove to the world once and for all that I'm not qualified at all to be the family hierarch. But Shichun, weren't you always so good at tumbling anyone who dared underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do, but now... Now, things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right. I pretty much lucked into this position. Shichun, don't tell me that woman's bullshit actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? High cortisol mindset. Yeah, it's something I'm really familiar with too.
I'm just some kid who happened to be just good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of a family hierarch might be too much.
Shichun, you have to change your mindset. Instead of thinking of how it is that you don't measure up, how you couldn't, you have to think of ways that you can. Her self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observation from her previous interaction.
The heck, Shichun? I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? Yet even the audacity, you even had the audacity to pretend to not know who we were, didn't you? Where'd all that confidence go, girl?
It actually got under her skin back then, huh?
So, Shichun, what do you want to do? Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? If I let it happen, Big Sister Yuan Chun's going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time.
Is the implication that her assessments on her influence were true?
Yep, it's true. Before she left for Q Corp, Big Sister Yuan Chun used to always accompany Jiamu to these assemblies. We just let them hold the vote of no confidence. They're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarch's scope of power. And who knows, they might even call for reevaluation. How unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Yuan Chun, I think her definition of Hong Yuan's prosperity might be different from mine.
Yeah, it most likely is.
What she's looking for isn't H Corp's prosperities, it's Dog Yuan's.
No, it's probably her own.
I didn't know that this all has something to do with its ties to Q Corp, which I bet has already been going on for a while and just under my radar. I'm sure they've already had plenty of talks behind my back. But she's not the kind of vision you have for Hong Yuan's future, right? That's why you spoke up against her. My vision for Hong Yuan is... I want to change H Corp to be the kind of place where people can live without fear. I just never imagined I'd have to I'd have to prove myself like this in only 30 days.
Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right?
It hasn't. Great, so it's decided then, huh? We just need Fire to deliver the bad news to Sod. So, to summarize, the responsibility of training Shichun to win these matches, these amorphous tests, upon which hinges the family hierarch's fate in almost every facet of which is entirely under Zhao Yuanchun's control. Controlled, by the way, it is probably a trap. Within the next 30 days is ours. And we have to explain that to Sod. Wow, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Post-mortem reports have become quite rote.
Sometime later?
Prithee, that must impress upon the illustrious Red Gaze that 'twasn't mine idea this time. Sinclair stared blankly at Don Quixote as she made her desperate plea towards Sod. Yes, I understand that as well, for the 8th time. As always, Sod was wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days, during which those sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening as well. Great, then let's give it our best. Sinclair mutters in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand. I never should have stepped out of line like that, but something just... Yeah, let's give it our best. I totally agree. We messed everything up again, and... What? Limbus Company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Jia Shichun acclimatize herself to the responsibilities of the family hierarch. It was always a part of our plan. Yeah, because Limbus Company's looking to build their base of power, probably secure a very powerful ally. I mean, the family hierarch practically has a whole freaking army at her, it has a whole freaking army at her behest, I guess, with the form of the Heisho packs. Or at the very least, a bunch of, well, small armies, I guess, that are very well adept at various kinds of combat. I'm sure I'm glad that I took Frost's advice about how meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to LCB's missions. I never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incident reports back during the J-Corp incident had I known. I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That is why he has left Zilu and I to look after the new family hierarch's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Oh, so that's what they were privately talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing to allow her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors not but putty in Yuan Chun's hands. And that would have led that snake to de facto assume the seat of the family hierarch. Against such an insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon, the most viable strategy is the most direct one, to challenge her head-on. Besides, has this not given you the excuse you need to prolong your company's stay in Dongguanyun? This is also a prime opportunity for Jia Shichun to further solidify her influence here, depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence. They have played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but are we not going to consider what might happen if we fail? No, we are not, because you will not fail. Not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious back there when you said that we were all going to teach Jia Shichun, all 12 of us? No, she said all 13. I won't be objecting to selecting only a few of us with better aptitude to be educators. Ah, by the way, we already have an established internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Of course, the results weren't entirely to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. Miss Otis, that is a statement mired in narrowed vision rife with factual refractions. I'm of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So you must be the one who placed last on that scale. Just don't say anything, bud. Best not to stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted then. My lord has said that from the virtuous we may learn to replicate their merits, from the flawed we may learn to avoid their failings. As long as the student is willing to learn, anything can be a teacher. Indeed. That is indeed true. Granted, in order for one to learn, one needs humility. The day that you think you no longer have anything to learn on a topic is the day that you stop learning. Not because you no longer have anything to learn, but because you will be unable to learn anything. Because of that pride. Think of it as being kind of like a dunce cap that hinders new ideas and lessons from reaching your brain or something. I also, to embrace this teaching, seek from all those who we come across. Just what in the heavens are you doing? I am preparing a lesson plan for young Shichun, our family hierarch. Wow, you sure got on that fast. Sort of these yellow wormy things here. Ha! 'Tis a star! Twinkle, twinkling in its radius. According to the schedule you have prepared, the student would have negative 3 hours available for sleep. This lesson plan's execution will require cooperation from T-Corp. Yeah, 'twould be a mistake, most fatal indeed. I shall correct it post-haste. I don't know. Might actually be worth asking T-Corp if they can and would be willing, because that's something that would gain them a lot of favor with the family hierarch. So maybe they would be willing to help with that. Zigong was staring at Don Quixote's expression for wild artistic merit upon the curriculum with her usual crescent moon eyes. Wait, is that supposed to be Zigong's grimace? Fix her history lesson. Well, I kind of figured that'd be the case, considering it's Don Quixote. Of course, each their own, I suppose. I need not be shaken by every little thing until we have their actual lesson plans in mind. Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us, Zigong. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand it couldn't have been easy. You could say that I have learned my lesson. The recent events have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. One moment. But be gone! By the way, imagine logging on to Limbus after the trigger warning you get hit by this theme. Yeah! I kind of ignored the trigger warning because I can't read the whole thing with the amount of time that you're given. I see that you have all individually worked on your lesson plans as per Zigong's request. Oh, she ditched the mask. Okay. I received a total of 12 lesson plans. Hold on, shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager has decided to spare their precious time to teach a class. Yeah, I handed in my lesson plan too. That's because... so who didn't do their homework? After a brief silence, everyone turned around and looked at one of the sinners. Why, me? Oh, please, at least try to make a compelling argument. Who else, other than you could it possibly... It's me. You think? You've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Well, that's, Sinclair was drenched in sweat for some reason. Actually, in Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, are these papers... Phew, I'm done! Sorry, I got into making a lesson plan and just couldn't stop myself from writing. Phew. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed that big bundle of sweat-soaked papers in Zilu's hands. And she receives it with mild trepidation. You seem to have dedicated quite the momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. 1 second.
Funnily enough, Sync would have been the most normal teacher. Well, yeah, aside from the lack of confidence, yeah, he would have been. I mean, you kind of have to have some confidence to be a teacher, you know? Yeah, what's up with her? Let's start reviewing from the first of the stack. 108 analytical approaches to an aesthetics AAA. What does AAA mean? And how do you plan to explore all 108 approaches in a month? Appreciation of artistry and assassinations. Of course it was Ryoshu. I knew that as soon as the acronym was thrown out there. Went too far. Right, sorry. Flip a page and continue reading for those 108 approaches. What paint did you use? It's quite viscous and the paper has partially melted. Well, lady, watch yourself. You almost got some on my arm. A painting? Zilu? Entrails coating the world. Holy crap! She managed to make a painting so graphic that it got that reaction from Zilu, who's probably gotta be... If her passive in the battle's not anything to go by, she's got quite the bloodthirst. It is pretty used to violence, and it still got that reaction from her? Do I want to know what she painted? I mean, I'm a pretty curious guy, but something tells me... But at the same time, I'm thinking, I don't want to know what it looks like. Now you know how aesthetics appreciate the artistry of slaughter. Just what the heck did you paint on that paper? Hey, get it together! Zilu stumbled briefly. Whatever was on that paper must have given her quite the shock. My mind wandered for a moment. Artistic sense. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson. Thus it goes to the discard pile. Weak sauce. Zilu crumpled up the paper without hesitation, tossed it out of sight. Also, I kind of have a hunch that, you know, that part there was a bit of foreshadowing for the next canto. Next. Intro to Societal Reintegration. Impressive title. Chapter 1. How to shake hands with your left hand when the situation calls for it. Chapter 2. Exploration of exclusively long-sleeved fashion and practices. Gregor, this is you, and this is yours, ain't it? Chapter 3. Projection confidence and why having a bug arm is totally cool. That's, you know how it is. Be proud of who you are. All that philosophy stuff. I wanted this lesson to give a bit of a paradigm shift where we can all come to see our flaws not as failings, but as evidence of our individuality. Rejected artist. Next thing you know is Ryoshu applying to politics. Oh yeah, there's a lot of theater kids in politics these days, or, well, either in politics itself or in political activism. Way too many. Which relation in world we can carry on with our lives, no matter what kind of arm we have. Discard. Next. Zilu quickly flipped through the pages. Intro to Dedicated Linguistics. Subheading: The power of words. Sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. Is this talking about the art of flighting? Because it's kind of weird that... that's something that the Norse did. But, like, you know, Ryoshu's supposed to have sort of a Greek background, but then again, the Norse did have contact with the ancient Greeks, I think. My credentials include the ability to dress down an opponent so hard that they fall to their knees and begin to beg me to stop. Yeah, that sounds like flighting. So, Otis, were you going to teach her how to do that in prose, verse, or both? I have plans for application as well. The lesson teaches methods pertaining to disguising compliments and criticisms and vice versa. All of this seems rather difficult to learn. I've concluded from my hitherto observations that Jia Shichun is an individual great promise in this field. Maybe stick a pin in that, because let's be real here. As the family hierarchy, Jia Shichun might actually need this set of skills, particularly when it comes to political intrigue and stuff like that. Even more so when it comes to interacting with other wings for negotiations or public meetings or that sort of thing. Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee you that this cadet shall be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. Is this a curriculum to make the best brawler or the best family hierarch out of me? Zilu seemed quite interested, but Jia Shichun's vehement veto eventually overruled the suggestion. On Justice, another impressive title. Subheading: Methodologies of captivating an entire room of preoccupied audience. Discard. Fire thee! Wherefore? Next. Oh, that must be Yi Sang. Practice of ego-splitting concerning inter-mirror conflict between the self and the reflection, in a paradoxically fractured theory of idealism in which one attempts to open an unopening door to open the door. Utterly incomprehensible. Discard. Perhaps Mr. Yoshi's advice to truncate the lesson title should have been taken in earnest. Survival and exploration. 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study for 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug while the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should have been moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed them down to 3 culprits. Wait! I forgot to take that part out! And into the shredder it went. When did that paper shredder get here? You're right, man. This is absolute cinema. I love it. The art of yawning using it as a cover for popping a cookie in your mouth, especially useful when getting lectured. Hey, if you get good enough at it, you can do that with nuts too. So it was you who made those crunchy noises in our last meeting. What? Nah, do you take me for an amateur? The art of societal maneuvers, how to let it flow through you. How to not make things awkward when you walk right in on someone bad-mouthing you. The most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps you to convince yourself that smiling is what brings good fortune. Smiles are a way of disarming people, giving them pause and making them hesitate. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Darkwanian people who hated him. I see. This... I can't quite bring myself to throw this one into the shredder. Next, how to remain in complete stillness for a week until the next command is received. Of course, Marisol brought that one forward. This lesson plan was designed based on Rodian's advice that it must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I didn't know he considered that to be his unique strength. Okay. Let us consider whether staying in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in the family hierarchy. This one is certainly interesting.
What separates bravado from bravery? Yep, that's Heathcliff. Jack shite, start off and grab your weapons. Yep, always gotta read the full print. Ha! It's my philosophy. Reason don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of the family hierarchy's qualities. But our focus is not on developing a hierarchy of a syndicate. Well, there's probably some material in it that's going to be worth considering at least. Next, information disparity is a driver of inequitable treatment. Oh, that's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the application of engineering frameworks. Okay, it's kind of losing me, but I'm still on board. For systematic resolution in rational self-interest driven societies. Gesell shaft. And is this still going? That was 1/5 of the full title. It seems that the same trouble has hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed, indeed. As she had gone through the majority of our lesson plans. Finally. Now that that's over. Yes, it's finally my turn. Whew. Sinclair sided with the gravitas of someone who's just been bestowed with the most important mission in his life. Thinking back, even back in school, I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be good at it. So I guess you could say that I'm pretty happy to be given an opportunity like this. I call my lesson the theory on self-overcoming. Self-overcoming? You mean self-improvement? We have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but by always striving to be a better person than I was yesterday. Hey, what if I like who I was yesterday more? But as much as you might like the person you were yesterday, you can still improve on that, can't you? That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping deep inside. So, with everything I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities, how to always shoot higher. Hold on. You had me for a second there. What's up with acting like you're an infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Of course I've prepared a speaking class where you can learn how to speak with modesty, too. I never would have imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad he's so into it that he's not even listening to what Shichun's saying. Following that, your company's... it seems that Zilu has completed her review. Oh, I see. Now, how's everything going, everyone? Class prep going well? My curriculum most special! Or maybe she meant to say especial? I'm not sure. Okay, so that's a no. That was Asad's impression upon taking a quick glance at Don Quixote, who is sobbing and creating the shredded pieces of her lesson plan in her hands. Well, it wasn't a complete bust, at least. Sinclair's lesson plan survived. Mrs. Egon, Miss Sad, I've prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Egon and Sad weren't looking at the dozens of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before their eyes. They were looking away. Zigong especially was looking away with an unmistakable expression of pity. So he doesn't know. Would you mind explaining this to Zilu? I could not bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So this young man produced this entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own. I see. Weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest effort. I understand. However, it has been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of Jia Shichun's teachers. Or should I call you pupil Sinclair to be exact? This has got to be a mistake, right? Isn't Shichun the pupil here? No, there haven't been any mistakes. My lord has specifically instructed that you're to learn from this as well. What? What? Seriously? Why am I having flashbacks from when I did my streams of Danganronpa? Maybe it's the classrooms. This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. Now this looks like a proper classroom. Would have felt pretty dang empty with just Shi-Chun sitting there all on her own, don't you think? Besides, I bet Sink's the resident expert on going to schools, right? School is a luxury for me, you know. Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't mean I ever wanted to go back to school. You should learn to be grateful. I don't dole out my lessons to just anyone. Don't forget we have to redo the whole lesson plan under their supervision. Otis, you always get on your soapbox and try to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And you, Ishmael, you always get hyper-fixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours at least. And I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide, Sinclair. Hold on, you saying? I thought we were the underdog duo. Remember during the checkup when I said we got this? We're going to get this together. The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scale of strength, the sole measure of which erroneously relied entirely on physical might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Congratulations, my lady. You have found yourself a deskmate, which some will also call a bestie, depending on desk placement. Huh? Deskmate? Bestie? What the heck does any of that mean? Huh? Zhao Shichun's eyes widened with confusion, as though she just heard those words for the first time in her life. When I first met her when she was 16, she explained to me that she hadn't attended any school-like institutions. This is par for the course for children of Hongyuan who are raised for the purpose of becoming the next family hierarch. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. So, deskmates and besties. Sinclair began to explain, similarly resigned to the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month with the other sinners as his teachers. They usually sit next to each other and help one another out. A bestie might nudge the other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another if one forgot to do theirs. They usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. So not very important at all, huh? I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. And why am I the only one who's kind of like this? Reminds me so much of Anya Forger. This look on her face. May have come a few years late, but I am moved that my lady has finally has a chance at experiencing school. Same here. I remember it like yesterday. Shi-Chun would sit and watch other kids walk to school from a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, that reminds me. One day, out of nowhere, she started saying something about eating from lunchboxes with friends. I haven't a clue as to how or where she even heard about it, but she snuck into the kitchen and... Oh, wait! Don't you guys have lesson plans to write? Come on, hurry up! 30 days are ticking down. We've only got 30 days! Of course. Unfortunately, I've become quite occupied with another task of great importance, assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I must leave the lesson planning task to you two, Zilu and Miss Sod. Have you any thoughts on this matter? Slacker. What was that? I said nothing. Well, that's a new icon. Zilu and Sod appeared to have aged several years overnight, their faces sunken and sallow. Finally, after referencing the idiosyncrasies and various statistical data available to us regarding each sinner, we managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum. Mrs. Zilu? Apologies. Dang, she's even got bags under her eyes. Eye. Sleep deprivation has weaved me of clear mind. The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Marching to battle would be much easier. Still, thanks to Master Judge Shu's methodology you shared, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Efficient, huh? To be a true family hierarch, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master. However, to do so in 30 days as promised is an implausible effort. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues into three super categories. And they are called... what are these supposed to be? We're playing Uma Musume. That's what's going on here. And that's what the deal is with these. See, Yong and Ren. See, wisdom. The wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people. To speak in need of silence shall cost them words. And as my father has put it, it is better to remain quiet and thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt. Reasonable sequence of logic. Young, courage, the ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it, and risk becoming a brute. Have too little, and risk becoming a craven. It needs harmony and balance. So how far are we allowed to go with corporal punishment again? On this, is he referring to with corporal punishment? Is he referring to the students or people that break agreements or that kind of thing with the sinners? It could be either one. It could be both. I recall no instance of discussion regarding corporal punishment. Maybe corporal punishment want to be brought back into the real world. Another saying I've heard is stupid should hurt. Because if you do something stupid and it hurts, you learn not to do it. Not to mention there's also the fact that there's a lot of people that got really comfortable with, well, causing problems for others or just shooting their mouth off and not facing any sort of trouble, pushback, or blowback or anything like that. And Ren, humanity, is the benevolence of the heart, the compass of behavior that dictates respect toward every human. Clearly, most of the faculties of this school are severely lacking in all three of your criteria. Just how do you think they'll be able to teach the students anything? Yeah, like a certain someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Which one was that again? Oh. Are you sure I'm in good hands? Just what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Miss Zigon are currently quite occupied with handling the monumental task of paperwork. Oh boy, how many stacks are there and how big are they? Ah, right. Mr. Wei wanted to deliver this message to you. Be strong, my lady. Whee! Despite her protestations, the 30 days of classes commenced. I kind of feel like Henya might actually, maybe because she shouted Wei there, I feel like Henya might actually be a good choice to do English voice acting for Josh Shichun. Possibly Japanese too. Oh, okay. Huh? I have no idea what I'm doing here. I've never played Uma Musume. Tip top. And Uma Musume is a gacha game as well, isn't it?
name is Yisang, that is all. The class I've prepared for the day. Ah, I've heard plenty about your mirror tech. Which makes me wonder, going by the level of advancement in that technology, couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? You know how technological advancements usually goes. People invent for the sake of creation, only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Yeah, to what? Like, of Henya doing the English and Japanese voice acting for Shichun or something else? Indeed, you show much promise already. As you surmise now, the mirror has, in the past, almost been employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I'm sure that's the angle most others wanted to see happen. Removal of potential risks. Potential risks sounds much more palatable than potential itself to some people, after all. Correct again, yet destruction was a word that bore too much suffering for my heart. My sole egress from it was abandonment of my quantum fellows, my life's work, making myself a fugitive from the past. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? I conversed. With who? Myself, that lies within me. Are you aware the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of our own reality? It reflects the potentialities, the latent strength in the world. Yet even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the innumerable worlds of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, one must direct their studies inward and reflect upon oneself. I keep thinking that there's probably going to be some mini games with these lessons. I learned how to be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. Okay. Now, if you're prepared to explain what you see in the mirror, you needn't taste. For some reason, Shichun appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know, it's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. My lady, do you recall Sun Zhen of the Shi family who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was going to show me a precious flower that blooms only at night. At night? Remember that you were vehemently against me going out there, so I stayed inside. I wonder what kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. No, of course not. You were wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited, my lady. The vile man had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot and would have been waiting there to spring the trap had you gone. But apparently he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess. I'm glad it didn't go away. You were right. If only you still had the Wu branch under your control. Stop it. We agreed to move on from that. Remember, we don't have to talk about it. I was brushing my hair and looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I realized that I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I just found it so hard to meet her eyes. But I brushed it off because I had to. An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyway, and the family Harak war was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame. But it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless, especially so if it was. Sinclair, what do you see? I see... Well, I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. It seemed like Sinclair couldn't really bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I've had some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I uncovered a part of myself I've had hidden away for a long time. Let's see. Okay. Did I miss a lesson there?
approach to Ego in the Reflector world leveled up to expert. Okay. Okay. Seems to be really focusing on boosting Ren. Ahem. 'Tis true that a station of teaching is prone to imbue one with a sense of bashfulness. Sinclair and Shishun both sat with a bit of apprehension as well, which is understandable given what Saad told them sometime before the lesson started, some time ago. Otis, who'd been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while, finally decided to voice her doubts to Saad. So, what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that her usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than is worth? You worry too much, Otis. While she may not look it, Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. Nor any of that matter. Have you yourself considered that fixes often appear when history is in the making? Yeah, let us see here! Don Quixote took a second to savor the moment as though she had been preparing her life for it, then continued. Amongst the greatest fixers whose honored names were engraved in history, verily, let us commence this lesson with the tale of the fixer Yue Fei. This tale beginneth in the year. Sometime later. Are you done? Just how can she continue to talk at such length? She's been going for ages. Thus cometh the time to test thy dedication to this class, and the knowledge that should naturally come with it. A pop quiz, if thou wilt. I thought this was a class, not a game show. When she'd even find the time to prepare this? I can assure thee, 'tis a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty if thou hast paid attention to class. Worry thee not. Does this pop quiz have prizes? Well, probably. It does kind of look like a game show. But of course, I came prepared for such inquiries. For each correct answer, I shall bestow upon thee from the very treasure chest of mine. These precious fixer badges. Forsooth, I did not let a single day go by in which I did not polish each and every one of them on 3 separate occasions at the very least. I don't know, I don't really need them. Hold thine applause, for there is a bonus reward for the victor who, by the end of this match, carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of a protagonist at this theatrical play of my making. Fixer Chronicles Yue Fei. 'Tis an opportunity of a lifetime. I'm still not really... It's not doing anything for either of us. It's still a pretty useless reward, but if you're turning this into a competition, I won't lose. Seriously? What, scared you lose? Is history your weakness or something? All of you know that I was the teacher's pet in every single history class I took. And all of you know that I was no matter the subject, showered with praise from every master I ever had. Okay, if that's how you want to play it, all of you know that I was a prodigy in other classes too. I did great art classes, pretty good at math. I was just being humble because I didn't want to steal your thunder, Shichun. Oh, then let me tell you that I was trained in the mastery of at least 10 different disciplines every single day. And on one of those days, you know what one of the masters told me? He said, looks like Miss Josh Shichun's finally getting a feel for how friendships close in age are forged in school. Yeah, that's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there are some experiences that you just can't learn from teachers. TikTok in response. "'Tis year 505! What is the historical community's consensus on the most illustrious battle that Fixer UFA is said to have partaken in? Allow me to impart the major clue. If thou hadst paid attention as I discoursed upon the 5 pillages which the Fixer UFA was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven, which attained triumph at the Battle of the Rhino Tree in the year 465, hath said, what was the worst ordeal she had to face in her career? I've got it! It's when she had to forge onward despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one as they held the line to buy her time. Data was too slow. Fie, young Shichun, thou'rt incorrect. Honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven is recorded to have testified that the worst ordeal in her career was when she was forced to stand before her enemies with hair that was not luscious, as the supply line breakage caused her regular delivery of nutritional supplements to cease. What thou hast suggested, young Shichun, was her 17th most difficult ordeal. I'm guessing these color fixes tend to be a rather odd, quirky bunch. She's speaking like she was actually there. That impression is quite understandable, for I am trained in the ways of vividly regaling these tales. But most of these tales I have learned from books. Much did I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales to such audience. Enough to study the ways of minstrels. There's a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. So that'd be Super Sentai Fixer Sentai. What would be the proper term for it? Time certainly flies when hearing the tales of exciting adventures. What was the secret technique Honorable Fixer Lysander employed in his resolution of the case of the Fey Forest? Speak its name in full. I've got it. It's a Summer Night Fantasia. The Power Fixers. Yeah, I like it. Yet I cannot let pass such an unmotivated retelling of his super ultimate move. Hardly could one internalize the true noble spirit of Fixers by simply reciting it with such an apathy. That must recreate the exact pose of the Annunciation. Are you kidding me? Whew. Come on, you can do this, Josh Shichun. You can do this. This is nothing. Illusions of a midsummer night shall devour thee whole. Summer Night's Fantasia. Thine enunciation was quite shaky upon the word illusions, yet thou hast demonstrated sufficient courage. Thus I bestow upon thee this badge. I grow tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante, lights, left side. Gotcha. Don Quixote, who's watching Sinclair and Josh Shichun's two-person play, silently wiped her tears away. Bravo, bravo! Certain minor details were missed, such as that UFA, the Fixer, was left-handed, that he had a habit of playing with the lighter in his left pocket before every duel. Yet 'twas a wonderful enactment indeed. I have no other critique to impart upon thee. Faced with great adversity in thine adventures, I rekindled the memory of UFA, the Fixer's final duel. Remember it well. Thus cometh to an end the lessons of today. It was just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with Fixers. Clutched tightly in Shichun's hands were the badges Don Quixote had gifted to her.
feel like I'm probably gonna have to make use of combos. Hang on. Yeah. Also a bit hungry. Hang on. Oh, great. Not so much for this. Huh. That's odd. Doesn't say anything about combos on the wiki. Okay. Speed a massive rock as a child with a key. Let's see. Boom. This is a component part taken from the structure that forms H Corp. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of the former H Corp singularity, which has been enduring for such a long time. Oh, you look kind of upbeat today, Miss Faust. Who's in Paris, Faust? Huh? Indeed, an opportunity to study the old H-Corp singularity is not one that comes often. As there was potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I made a request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. A shame. Aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles, though, Miss Faust? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it was mine. It's possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. Peanut butter jelly sandwich. I just finished it. That was actually 2 of them, though. Let's see. Mephistopheles is indeed Faust. Yeah. I very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engine, so that it could be reassembled with my own hands. With the way that she spoke in third person, because I know that when she speaks in third person, she's not really referring to herself, but rather it's kind of like her at her full potential, and this by extension it's kind of like her and the Gesell shaft. So that kind of makes me wonder if maybe it's sort of a collaborative effort between the different Faust identities that she's connected to. Yeah, sure. Managed to learn various detailed mechanical foundations about old H-Corp technology. So that's how it works. I think I get it. Didn't think this is how I'd get to learn more about the old H-Corp. I don't think I can do much against the reconstruction days right now, but this knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle that iniquitous thing. The day when Hongyu can be a place where people can live without fear. Without the fear of the encroaching reconstruction days, without obsessively counting their rooms to see if they'll fall or not. Until Hongyu can be a place where you can sleep with the promise of safe tomorrows. I'm sure you'll pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot during this lesson too, Miss Faust. That couldn't have been good. The voltage must have been set too high. Repeating an experiment with a different combination of fuses and wires. There was supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? Alright. I wonder what that pip is about. Oh, combo. What combo? Oh, okay. So it's kind of guess and check with the combos, or does the game show you them after you've had the first class for that center? I don't know. The class about accepting bug arms. Well, here's a bit of a pop quiz for you. What is the difference between a bug and a feature? Unlike some other classes which were more on the upbeat side of things, the room's air felt grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw what Gregor had written on the chalkboard. On war. Losing a wing war leaves a much larger and longer-lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. Might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to one recently. I don't know what a feature is. Hang on. I guess some people pronounce it differently. I always heard it pronounced as feature. Let's see, it might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close one recently, didn't we? We were this close to a large-scale war breaking out right here, which absolutely would have happened if Mr. Shichun here failed to finish her ascension. Would have spread like wildfire too. So my class is going to be about what exactly happens when a war... Oh. Piece of chalk slipped from Gregor's fingers as he went to scribble something on the board. His left arm was trembling as though the room's temperature had plummeted only for him. And why's it gotta... Excuse me, Miss Zulu. Is it okay if I smoke? Go ahead. You good? Well, when else am I gonna get a chance to share the realities of war right to a wing chief executive officer's face, huh? Yeah, I should probably mention that there's, well, first off, to answer the, question, the riddle of what's the difference between a bug and a feature, the answer is marketing. Secondly, one of the theories I have is that there's going to be a War of the Wings in the game's story, and I suspect that it might start possibly by the end of Kanto 12, and if it doesn't, not long after. And this scene seems to kind of seem to be, you know, a bit of foreshadowing to that end. Ones that just don't come off your skin no matter how hard you scrub at them. Let's see. Okay. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm going to listen to every word you have to say here today, no matter how long it takes. Man, do I appreciate that sentiment. Well, still though, I can't dilly dally when Miss Shun's got other stuff to deal with, huh? So, let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of the Wing War. He says that as though he says the Wing War as though there's only ever one. I know enough about urban and trench warfare to give an explanation of my own. And that's why the smoke war fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they could be surrounded by enemies at all times, so everyone tried to draw each other out to an open field battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has different singularities, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. It's just that the former G-Corps found flat plains easy to maneuver in. I feel like Dugwanian could make a pretty good use of Hongyuan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the Heisho know and use very well. Exactly. It should explain why they were hesitating outside Dugwanian. Remember the thumb fellas? As we met when we were going in circles. Not to mention how the Heisho all utilized the topography of Hongyuan differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on how one of the branches maneuver around Hongyuan, as long as the 12 Heisho branches are standing, Hongyuan is unassailable. Now, despite going into all that, I'm sure we all know what the best answer in all warfare is. Not having a war in the first place. I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to have to not only witness it, but go through all of that. You did visit your fathoms, Gregor, but that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. The city was devoured in smoke, its citizens in madness. You'd always shrug off those stories as ramblings of the past. During the war, you stood at the center of the heartless machine that was the city, its every gear calibrated to slaughterhouse precision to maximize the death of its people. There, he must have witnessed things far worse than the worst the city presently has to offer. His eyes gazed beyond the veil of the bygone past, shaking restlessly in pursuit of what was no more. Oh, sorry, fellas. I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting what happened. That I forgot this was supposed to be a class. I'll be sure to prep something more useful next time. No, everything you told me really solidified my resolve. This chaos within Hongyuan needs to come to an end soon, lest something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. Wait for me! Even after the two students had left, Gregor lingered in that room for a while, lighting up cigarette after cigarette without erasing what he wrote on the chalkboard. Smoke soon filled the room. He left only after almost emptying the entire pack. Jingang Bolus? Clash lose, gain 1 protection and 3 defense level up. Okay. I probably ought to get those to expert as quick as I can. How are classes going, Shichun? I'm not you, big bro. I pay attention in class. Oh, hello, Miss Dayu. Ooh, she was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. Looks like it's going to be another serious class. Apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu of the Lin family formally extends her greetings to the Venerable Hierarch. It's been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about Big Sis Bao Chai? Are you sure it's okay for a Shui family bodyguard to be here? I'm no longer employed as Miss Bao Chai's guard. Wait, don't tell me you got... Everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Bao Chai's orders. As for why she no longer needed my services, I don't understand myself. She suddenly let me go after the trouble was over. So, what's there for you to teach me, big bro? Your last lesson plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zilu, so... You could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but... Come on, you spent most of your time stuck in Yi Hongyuan before leaving Hongyuan. I don't know what you could possibly have to teach me. Don't you worry, Shichun. This is the one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for Shichun and Sinclair is... In clear, neat handwriting, Honglu wrote, "Surviving Hongyuan" on the chalkboard. Oh, well, I don't think I need any help in that department from you. Look, I know you've had your share of assassination attempts, big bro, but the previous hierarch of the Elders have favor sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, were you also one of the handful who got assassinated? Oh, that? I was wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. Until Dante told us all to go back to our rooms, of course. Wait, it was my fault? You have some intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. Dayu, would you mind preparing the thing? Julie, do the thing! You have my utmost faith, but please do practice caution. Sometime later, Lin Dayu appeared with 4 bowls splishing with tea before sprinkling some powder into one of them. What's that? Is it iocane powder? That's powdered wolfsbane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which of these bowls contain poison, right? Get stopped now. I learned to recognize infamous poisons like wolfsbane when I was 7. If it was something as tame as what you're suggesting, Venerable Hierarch, I would not have been here to accompany him. Then Dayu continued her process, sprinkling wolfsbane powder into 2 more bowls. Honglu, who was watching that with an oddly contented expression, closed his eyes. Please mix them up, Dayu. Okay, wait, what? We stared in confusion, but we could hardly tell what was going on with the speed at which Lin Dayu swapped around the bowls. When we looked back at Honglu, there were 3 silver spoons in his hand. Those silver spoons were custom made at Daguanya's request. Must have item for children of the 4 great houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poison as well. Yeah, I know. They're actually... Actually what? It's nothing. Food. In Hongyuan, where we are beset by threats of assassination from all directions, knowledge alone isn't enough to save you. What the heck are you? But Honglu opens his eyes before Jia Shichun can finish her sentence. Then he throws the silver spoons in his hands, like throwing pins toward 3 of the bowls. And immediately chugs the 4th bowl, which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Holy crap, are you insane? You really even checked them for... Yeah. Shun's new tea is always delicious, even when cooled. The 3 silver spoons Honglu had cast earlier were slowly melting away after quickly becoming tarnished black. Is wolf's bait poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poisons in Dogwanyuan. Since everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine, I don't even want to argue. What's your secret? I want to know too. Do they sound different or something? I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch? How are we supposed to learn that? We're not at Heathcliff, you know. I'll get the hang of it after a few tries. I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 bowls? I see. When you say you just avoided whatever felt wrong with a hunch, you were reflexively identifying the threat by reading the room with connecting it to your intuitive experiences. You're using misdiagnosed anxious breathing to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully, Shichun. I know that the adepts of each Heisho will come to your aid with the flick of your wrist. I know that your residence, Wan Chung Wu, will be engineered by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useful boluses to protect your life. Even still, there'll come a day when you start to feel this creeping sensation whose origin you can't identify. When it does, I hope you won't brush off that sensation as nothing. You're worrying over nothing. Jashichun whipped around away from Honglu as if to express dissatisfaction, but softened expression told me that she was glad to see him worried. Shichun is a confirmed tsundere. Every 6 days, we will be subject to midterms prepared by the board of directors, Jiao Yuanchun. A plan has been prepared to take you to the exam sites, and only by passing the tests may Jiao Shichun retain her status as the family hierarch. My lady. Oh, don't worry yourself over much, Master Wei. You sound like you're at a funeral. She'll pass these tests with ease as long as she has been diligently taking her classes. No, I simply hope I can survive until she returns. See, that Wei's funeral voice wasn't just out of his concern for Shichun. Wei, are you sure you're okay? I can't escape them, even in dreams. The unfinished bundles of paperwork cascading over me like a storm, burying me. Wait, is that what causes him to distort? Steel yourself, that was no dream at all. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking until now. I must be severely sleep deprived. Looks like we're not the only ones going through the ringer. Hey, you're one of the she-boys. We finally meet. I'd hoped to fight you in the family hierarch war. If you'd run into me then. Is this supposed to be a sparring match? Or does this sound like you have a personal grudge against me? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? The results of the family hierarch war couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess has all been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half my family, which means more room for me. I should really thank you, right? Honestly, why don't you just declare a war against the Shi family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? War's not easy. It never is. What are you on about all of a sudden? It's not something we should be talking so lightly about, even as a joke. family was arrested because they're under investigation for treason against Dagwanyuan. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. No, it's pretty much a given that they'll all be ruled as guilty, regardless of what really happened. I can't even pay them a visit because you've hidden their cells all over Hongyuan. They're not hidden. All holding cells within Hongyuan have always been designed to move around in very short intervals. That does seem like the kind of design that would lead people to make some unfortunate assumptions. Well, I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. Or to prevent people springing them from prison. We're seeking a better understanding of Hongyuan structure, so I'm planning to change our policy so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? Where'd you... I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. I had to reflect upon myself a bit, too. Huh, you did change a little. Still, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own things to take care of. Good, come on, let's do this. Many illustrious fixers of the past have said that not but disparagement awaits just victories. Come on. Seriously? Okay, this is a bit more like it. Charge blade. That's not a charge blade, it's just a sword. A charge blade is a sword and shield that combines into an axe. Good for you, you won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan during the family Harak War, didn't you? Yeah, so what? Are you calling me a penniless loser? Yeah, little. I'm sure that's what I look like to you too. I don't want your... Sorry, every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm going to win. I'm going to win without the fertile soil my predecessors have left behind, because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hongyuan itself. Shi Huazhen, you're tenacious, determined, and strong of will. It must be why everyone stood by you, down to the last man. You do my name, ma'am? I do. So what do you think? Want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hongyuan? Let's see. Yeah. Where do you manage to come out on top in your first sparring match? Congrats. Thanks. I gotta admit, your classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look at what I prepared for today? You're teaching about exploring, huh? It's going to be an indoors class? Yep, exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. We're soloing to the top of the highest building in Hongyuan. Surviving 10 days in Hongyuan backstreets with only 3 items. I had plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. And rightly so. And that's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in the physical space. A few weeks ago. So I'm just here to fill in since this game needs a certain number of players, but... Really? Can you really call this tabletop game an adventure? Are they playing D&D? Yet in games of make-believe, any simulacra... It can be made as real as... what a move. Oh, nice. I'm gonna roll for damage. Yep, they are. Yep. I don't care how big the room is. I cast Fireball. God, young Ishmael, thou hast absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with thy Fireball spell. Rendered it most crispy. It was a formidable foe that was wonderfully executed, Miss Ishmael. Huh? Really? Well then, as my next move... And that's how you came up with this? I've played a few other games, but this is new for me too. I'm still pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Jianghu Journeys, or J&J. It's a popular game among Hongyuan's youths. It's gotten generally positive reviews too. J&J, huh? What Ishmael so proudly presented before everyone appeared to be a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Okay, what do these huge piles of papers have to do with exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among those gathered becomes the JM. The JM? Yeah, Journey Master. The Journey Master designs the story around the player's choices, sets the stage for what happens next, and generally helps guide the explorers to guide the explorers to safely arrive at their goals. That's why the most experienced players take that role. Which would be me. Wisdom, strength, dexterity. Each character seems to have these things called stats. Oh, looks like we just have to pick from a set of pre-made characters for this one. So, I'm supposed to be playing this character's role? Sinclair and Josh picked up their cards with confusion clear in their eyes. You arrive at the great city of Yanyun. Smoke cloud. Nice known to be the gathering hub for all kinds of influential people. You traveled here in search of a legendary treasure called the Tianya sword. The city of Yanyun, huh? Cool. So why are we looking for that sword again? It's because so there's this legend in Yanyun about how the Tianya sword is the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people. And also about having that sword is the proof of the true leader of these lands, and so on and so forth, you know. Ishmael is stuttering and staring throughout the introduction without her usual confidence. I see, the city called Yanyun must be in a lot of trouble, too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar setting of the story, Josh Chun nodded solemnly without noticing Ishmael stumbling through the introduction. Well, you know how it is. The point is, you guys need to go find that sword. Then I'll claim the Tianya sword, no matter what it costs me. Josh Chun nods with determination. From the rumors you've gathered, it seems that the Kazan Keep might have heard of the whereabouts of that sword. What will you do?
I walk up to the Kazan Keep, chat him up, and try to gain his trust. You mean the Tavern Keep? Are you sure? Remember, your wisdom is extremely low right now, which means that you'll find it hard to form even the simplest sentences. What if I found a different way to gain the Kazan Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet-talking him? I do have a pretty high strength set, which should give me access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that doesn't require skill in speechcraft. Hold on. I'll try to convince the Kazan Keep. I think I've got a decent chance at this. My wisdom is pretty high. And you pass the check. The Kazan Keep looks at you, having lowered his guard. Oh, not you, Sinclair. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay then. I guess I'll just stand in the corner over there, and sheath my weapon, and play around with it for a bit. That's what he expects me to do anyway, isn't it? You're just role-playing Heathcliff now, aren't you? The Kazan Keep shares some information about the sword he heard. He explains that the party should seek northeast toward Yinzi Mountain. But, what's this? Tears begin to well in the Kazan Keep's eyes as he continues to explain. Apparently, a patrolling guard beat his son pretty badly just for loitering around the guard. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find any. Oh no. That's too bad, but we've got a job to do. Since we have what we came here for, we leave it in the Kazan. Well, they say that JMs aren't supposed to interfere with the player's choices, but let's be honest, I would have made the same choice. You can't stop and help out for every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go through. No, we're not leaving. I'm going to get him that medicine. What? After he turns to various trials and tribulations for Sinclair, the Kazan Keep's son, who fortunately was able to recover, hears your story and hesitantly shares what he knows. You realize that he's talking about the fairy Yaogwai, guardian of the Tianya's sword. The fairy Yaogwai? Yaogwai is more or less the... It's basically the Chinese word that is equivalent to yokai, more or less. Can also refer to a mutated bear. Explains that the fairy Yaogwai's power grows under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then we should wait till the sky's overcast. Hearing that, the innkeep's son takes a quick look at in the clouds, then tells you that it might be raining in about a week. Glad we helped him out. Phew, okay, let's make sure we're prepared before we go. You're going to have to roll a 15 or higher to hit. I know, I'm focused. Hey, rolled a 16! With a final singular strike from Jia Shichun, the fairy Yaogwai finally falls to the ground, defeated. Yes, the Tianya sword is ours. Excited, the party runs up to the sword embedded deep into the earth and grabs enthusiastically upon the hilt. But this weekend! However, the defeated fairy Yaogwai, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to its feet and lunges at Jia Shichun, who just pulled the sword from the ground. No! I quickly get between Shichun and the monster. But if that crits, it's going to be pretty deadly, even for you. Let's see if you can make the evasion save. One, and another one. Nope, that's a critical fail. It's okay. Sinclair falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. Yaogwai lies still as well, the final vestiges of its strength completely spent. I thought they were just playing a tabletop game. How did that happen? Sinclair! Go on without me. Take that sword. Go down to the village. Become the leader they need. That sword is your proof. No, this sword wouldn't mean anything without my adventuring buddy. I'm going to bandage Sinclair up and carry him back. I won't leave him behind and descend this mountain all on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, then, yeah, the bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know. That strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out of here together. Grab onto my shoulder. That's it. Step by step. Hey, Shichun, look over there. When we'd helped to save on our journeys and come out to welcome us home. You're right. If it weren't for you, Sinclair, I never would have stopped and talked to every single villager there to hear their troubles. Sword,
was only a symbol all along. All of our efforts and the experience we gained in our journey for the sword were what taught me how to be a good leader, not the sword itself. You're right. The real success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along the way. I feel like the game overtook the class at some point along the way. Alright. Okay. And Faust. There we go. Like I said, probably gonna need to use combos as much as I can. The inner self? Gain 2 offense level up at every turn start. Ooh. Good, good, good. I know what this whole class success rate thing is about. Oh, okay. You get provide some morale. That's good. Yeah, go with that. Yeah, it only happens. It only fills them in when once you've gotten them, because of course it does. In regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotions and personal judgment is to be wasteful. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that. Then I'll share an excerpt from Sinclair's exchange. Then I'll share an excerpt from Sinclair's exchange with the manager 32 days ago. Begin quote. 32 days ago? What? Excuse me, Dante. I'm sorry to have to ask you this, but most of us are fairly wounded, so could you please turn the clock just one more time? End quote. Unnecessary interjections weighed down your request. Wow, that's pretty bad. Okay, have there been comparisons between her and Anya Forger? Because I swear, that looks so much like that smug face that Anya had. Did it really start it that badly? It's a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfavorable news. The same message could have been delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. Let us commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes. Oh, well, okay, sure, seems easy enough. Good. Suddenly, Mirasol let out a cry as he clutched his chest, then fell to the floor. Are you okay? Mirasol, are you okay? His eyes snapped open. Task failed. 5 minutes have not passed. I had a hunch that was the case. You're cheating. This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately wished to hide. What? Who wished to hide? Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there's one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed again. Took the class. Oh, that's pretty efficient. I know. Improved how? Okay, so that was really good for power limiting the Yang stat. class over. Alright. And who all does Otis combo with? Looks like it's just Gregor and Ishmael. And for the most part, those combos just restore morale. Okay, in that case. Attention! Today's lesson will cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, men, you will learn how to gain information from people. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them to your side by being generous. By being generous with my spending, by setting good examples of superiors, they'll eventually open up. Foolishness. That is among the worst strategies I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend the limited military budget? How wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? I think the proper phrase is butter them up. The most efficient means of obtaining intelligence is... No, there's better ways. To torture? I'd say that's the worst strategy I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan's strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up accidentally killing them... Foolishness! Foolishness! Jeez, can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imagination falls short. If that is all you can think of when you hear the word torture, then this unit... this is exactly a military unit. Then this Hong would indeed be beyond your ability to lead. Well, I'm waiting. Get on with your lesson. The mention of Hongyun seemed to put Shi-chun in a thoughtful mood as she stopped arguing and began focusing on class. The most effective method of torture isn't physical. Things like waterboarding, electrocution, all inferior. Today, you'll learn the torture of language. With this method, you will always find the answer you want. Use speechcraft to entrap their minds, slowly constrict around them, and let them take brief sighs of relief every time they give you an answer. That, cadets, is what you'll be learning today. To your positions, cadets. So, flighting? So I heard you've defeated Shi Huazen. You'd do best not to let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest shame. Hey, watch yourself. Haven't you learned not to underestimate the family underdogs? What? Oh, you don't know? You see, I managed to talk Shi Huazen into, you know... What? No, it can't be. He cannot have spilled the beans on my parents. I meant already on their way. Yeah, but how did you know it was Block 32? Really managed to get them a hiding spot there. Oh, so it's block 32. Did you just... I did. Huh, that was way easier than it was during class. What stories about how you've changed? I didn't know you had changed into such a heartless woman. Say something, damn it. Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly little things like this. Is that it? That may befit the seat of the hierarch, however. A leader who responds with silence to their inferiors, a leader who considers them only disposable tools, is bound to rot. I, Shi Sijin, refuse to let someone so unqualified such as yourself retain power. That was lucky.
조금씩 아픔. 다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
And that's the match. Darren, I was so close. Did you ever really take the time to think about what might happen if Big Sister Yuan Chu actually gained control of Hongyuan? Sure, it's going to be all buddy-buddy at first. She's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up, and compensate you for your efforts. Soon, you're going to see people from other nests coming in here and taking up administrative positions under the guise of advisors. It's the small families and clans that are going to suffer first. And when that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's going to be a while before other members of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason, thinking they were piggybacking off Big Sister Yuan Chu's forces, when in reality she had already discarded them even before it began. She's made sure that nothing about this treason is going to stick to her. Mother, father. Now let's think about this carefully. About Jia Yunchun's vision for Dagwanyun. Will it be more H Corp or Q Corp? See the point you're making. But you've not given us any reason to trust you either. What guarantee do I have that you won't just toss us aside when we're no longer useful? So about the hiding place where you put your parents you just accidentally let slip. I'd known their whereabouts for a while, actually. My Heisho had identified their location long ago. They didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement. Is that true? Just how low is your opinion of the hierarch? Big Sister Yuan Chu made a big show of her own influence at the assembly, but I still have a tight control over the Heisho of the family hierarch. But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without even questioning them. What was it again? The leaders must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them? Why would any hierarch go around arresting innocent people of H Corp, left and right, unnecessarily making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing that. Okay. Hmm. Yeah. TKTWK. Heh. Teaching kids to deal with kids. Heh, she says. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. I would have liked to teach a particularly bloody art class, but that ale black hair discarded my lesson plan. Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even if Zilu wasn't there, artless or otherwise. In today's class, I'll sync if you're a UA. What? But I'll scan if you're a UC. I'll snap your neck completely if you're an unruly adult. But I'll soothe, coax, and nurture if you're an unruly child. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully, evaluate the context, and there you have it. What context? What context was I supposed to evaluate? Let the art do the talking. MTL, kids. Yeah, there's much to learn. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Yes. Upon the venerable and the family hierarch's orders, I have brought a child from the Wang family. Why should... No, wait, what? You brought a who from what family? Upon whose orders? Too many travel restrictions here, so I borrowed the rich kid's attendant. You've been bringing her along to get you to places, huh? No, I mean, just what do you mean? What do you mean you brought that kid on my orders? Ushu snuffed out her cigarette, opened the window to clear out the smoke, dusted off her clothing a few times, and only then brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. The kid's kind of trembling and anxious looking. I extend greetings to the venerable hierarch. That kid's scared out of his mind. Memories of childhood are important. They're the experiences that shape your future. Yeah, she's completely right about that. Oh. That's some serious foreshadowing right there. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting serious all of a sudden? I do agree that childhood memories are important. And memories with Big Brother about you are what... Anyway, moving on, you heard nothing. The point is, I think becoming approachable to kids here might help prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. You've got your work cut out for you. Children of Dalgonian are extremely aware of anyone who's not their immediate family. Even worse, you pretty much tricked that kid here using my name. He must be terrified, and I imagine his parents must have given him a whole lot of warnings too. I'll give you a demonstration. Behold. Laughing and playing with children brought back fond memories of my own childhood. Wow, he's really taking a liking to her. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when we tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how's she been doing that with her hands? I didn't even master martial arts in the move like that. That's a good question because I'm not so sure she would have learned, you know, an art like that from the people who raised her. She was practically giving him no time for any other distractions or even a moment to cry. She was taking care of that kid almost effortlessly. She was employing all kinds of tactics, including but not limited to ventriloquism, kung-zu, a traditional Hongyan toy, fan tricks, sugared fruits, and eventually, don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshu. The fear he showed earlier gone without a trace. Never would have imagined Ryoshu would be good at this. Neat. With the exact same expression as her usual one, Ryoshu was gently caressing the child. Well, to be more exact, she was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Sharing kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go about it. What's important is helping them understand just what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on edge for his age. I'd start to make some progress, but whatever he suspected that I was lying or something, he'd immediately go back to being on guard. That's also because he's a Dagwanrin kid. Kids don't survive this place for long if they're not quick on the uptake. Venerable Hierarch, may I ask you something? Well, asking's free, but I gotta tell you it's going to depend on what you're about to ask, on whether I can help you or not. Huh? Wrong move, Rookie Hierarch. Why say all that when TWDT? You don't get the immaculacy of succinct abbreviations. Yoshi grabbed the child's shoulders, brought him before Jiashi Chun, then, in her usual curtness, spoke precisely 2 words to the confused child that seemed to do the trick. Speak, kid. My big sis said that when the family hierarchy war is over, I can finally play tons with friends. But their parents told them to stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. My cousin says you're the biggest of the baddest of Hogwarts, venerable hierarchy. So I wanted to ask if you can make Dagwanian safe? I want to play with my friends. Gotcha. I'll review your suggestion positively. She says she'll totally make that happen. Sometime later, after Shivan guided the child out of the classroom, I found Jiashi Chun whispering something to herself. You got a lot on your plate, huh? Dealing with restructuring days is just one of them. I was going to try to improve the safety of this place anyway, whether he asked me to or not. Safe enough for a kid like that to run around in the market all on his own. A place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there's some good ones with Rodion. Hmm. Maybe go with that anyway. And then... it's not the only combo. You know something? Everyone communicates with their eyes even before they talk. So, you better pay attention to what their eyes are saying. Great, that's really great, but I don't know, it just kind of feels like an oddly specific subject we're talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. Oh, are they playing Mahjong? Sinclair, given the time limit, this just happened to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating and training your abilities to control your emotions. She's not wrong. I swear, I had no other ulterior motive. I was practically forced to do this. Ah, wait, stop glaring at us like that and join us at the table. I'm only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork, as there's still much work to be done. I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy, you know this game needs 4 players. I refuse your invitation. I must say, it's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such a base activity. What audacity to invite me as well. I think it would actually be a better idea to invite Dante, because while they wouldn't be able to read his facial expression for obvious reasons, by having Dante be part of it, you can learn how to read someone's body language instead. Oh, so you think you don't have a chance, huh? Oh, and here I thought you'd at least be better than me at this game. Alright, fine, I get it. Don't play a game you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy. I subscribe to it. And I hope that you subscribe to my channel. Do you seriously think your shallow, obvious attempts at goading me into playing this game will work? Huh? What? Sorry, Script says what? I thought he was gonna just sigh and say, I have way too much paperwork to do to spend time on this game. This way, join the table. Alrighty, the list is pretty straightforward. We 3 will work together to ensure that I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not #1 by the end of it. Well, that seems easy enough. But be warned, I have the special power to read into your minds without hearing even a word out of your mouths. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see. Ah, Sinclair, I can see the corners of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering over there. You're looking to form a pang, aren't you? And she chewed you. And you want this dong tile I've got. Now I know to never ever discard this tile. How'd you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're going to eat you right up. And away, you... Oof, use the glint of your glasses to hide your eyes, huh? Phew, this isn't gonna be easy. Your greatest mistake tonight was allowing me a seat at this table. I just picture, you know, like the anime trope, like someone who like pushes their glasses up and the glint reflects off of it. I just imagine him doing that. I already know the ready hand you've got there. Oh, you do? Not bad, but you're just as much of an open book, my guy. You just need that one zong tile, don't you? Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting to that tile, because it's not there. Let this be a lesson for you folks. Mahjong is serious business. And I'm too goofy to play it. I see, you called gang meld so you could meld a song, which was the rearmost tile, don't you? Does that by any chance imply that you somehow know the location of every tile in this game? No way. I just have the sixth sense for bad vibes. Very well. Never once did I think I would ever step back into this dark world of shadows, but... very well, then I'll be setting this paw aside, and... I'm impressed. They're way too intense. I can hardly get involved. Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us? Shh, my lady. The importance of this moment could not be overstated. I see. You swapped out your ready hand, didn't you? What do you think? 3 paw tiles in a row, huh? I see you've got some innate luck too. Very well then. I'll have to wager it all on this wand suit. I won! Hoo. That's a Qingyao Zhu hand. Your downfall was written the moment you forced me to discard Zhang. Ah, darn, I lost that, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady? I apologize for that vulgar display, my lady. I will bring some tea. Wei, victorious, stumbles out of the room with his shoulders slumped. By playing various games with Rhodia, I didn't just learn how to hide my expressions, I learned how to hide my gesture tells too. Ooh. Deal plus 200% damage on critical hit. Why couldn't Ishmael's identity be like that? Oh wait, that's right. Her identity was added pretty early in the Kanto. But Joe Banana Bolus? Huh? On kill? Why would that be happening? Foreshadowing, I think? Hmm. Okay. Okay, so yeah, those pips indicate the level of the class. Okay. Spirit of Fixers. Oh. She gets a passive for each one that reaches Master, doesn't she? Let's see. Yeah, I don't think Rodion combos with either of those two, so Don Quixote it is. Well, okay, maybe not, because I might need to get the other. I'm probably gonna have to get the others. There. Okay, so yeah. Alright. Prince Phoenix, third form Blaze. Oh wait, that's right. It's all. Wait. Yeah, it was down here. Okay. I thought it said it had improved. Okay. I heard from Big Brother that you sent your coins to Big Brother Chew. Every hand, once in circulation, goes round and round until it eventually returns to the original owners. I also heard that some of the Wang family helped with moving the foreign powers from here. Why? I only wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know. This is where my wealth lies. Well then, can I ask for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who just gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mother knows in whose hands the true political power of Hongyuan lies right now. With that in mind, let's say that I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to have a voice to speak with by the time the powers that be are done with me. Look, if Big Sis Yuan generally believes that I'm not fit to be the family heart, then I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Q Corp. Do you seriously believe she has Hongyuan's best interests at heart? With all those conspiracies she's been weaving under the surface, all those business deals and clearly skewed policies? I do not. But if you're going to present yourself as the alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. I might just say that about half of the board of directors' votes may as well be considered abstaining votes. They're keeping their silence because they're afraid of Zhao Yuanchun's retaliation. So your main task is to convert those silent votes in your favor. Oh, not shaken by that at all, huh? I thought you'd get that lost and wandering look in your eyes. I guess I'll have to work on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. You've certainly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only thing he handed over to you, I suppose. Language tomorrow! Anyways, I should probably do as I'm told for now. My cousin will be your opponent today. I won't accept you as my hierarch just yet. Fight me and prove that you're at least better than I am. Only then I'll accept you. Oh yeah, he's getting clobbered.
좋아, 구조를 파악했어.
So does this one also come with a trigger warning?
봉황이 날개처럼. 다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
What? Do you have something to say to my face? Yeah, don't give my little brother your crap. Your little brother? You know who I'm talking about. Do you have any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? That buzzcut kid was Your little brother? You can barely even hold on to your seat when which you're about to lose soon anyway, and you have the gall to give him false hope? I know it's all just politics to you, but kids really believe you, you know? I heard from the kid that you seemed relieved upon hearing that you seemed relieved upon hearing what I said. Told me you were happy for once to hear that he had a fun time after being barred from playing with his friends with how things are in Hongyuan. Shut up! Besides, it's not all just hot air. What? I wasn't making an empty promise when I said I would change Hongyuan to be a place where everyone can live without fear. For that, I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes. You'll fail. Not with you on my side. We all know what Big Sister Yuanchun's Hongyuan looks like. It'll be exactly the same in essence, and will be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over that same burden we've carried all our lives to our little siblings? No, of course not. Wang Qingshan left in a hurry, but that look in her eyes told me that there was conflict brewing in her. You know, Heathcliff's got quite a few combos. They're kind of odd, though. What the heck? Okay, that was not an image I ever expected to see. Alright, lads, listen up. This ain't going to be like the bored old classes you've been sitting through. Got to leave the desk behind once in a while to learn some real life lessons, yeah? Alright, so here's the deal. I want to break the morale before the brawl even begins. Brawl? All this by heart and you'll be kicking those twats' asses left, right, and center. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So, Heathcliff, I've got to ask this question. Something about your club seems different today? Looks a lot more colorful, too. Bollocks! Why catches on quick? That way bloke said something about swinging around a real club might come off as too threatening and confiscated it. High tech, huh? That high tech weapon cries boop when it hits people. I see. Hey, don't you underestimate just because I'm holding a different bludgeon. Let's get on with it. Straighten your shoulders. Eyes wide open. Let's get cracking. With that, and Heathcliff triumphantly raised his newfound weapon toward the sky. Made a small boop noise. I learned the art of bad dogging into decisive action. Like, I'm probably gonna have to make use of Don Quixote. I think both of her combos. Oh, they don't restore. Yeah. Let's see. Cruiser strike second for rupture skill improved. Have to prepare for war passive. Okay. The Night Drifter. Heals 20 and heals 10 SP, gain 2 offense level up and 2 defense level up. Hmm. This class, after an uncharacteristic pause, Zilu continued, will be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited for your tutelage. A guest lecturer? But I wasn't informed of this. Where are they? I don't know. Maybe they're lost? Little Bird told me that the venerable hierarch will gift me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from De Guardian's brewer. Ooh-wee, there any truth to that, folks? That guy. Just stopping by to see if I could leech some liquor to this party. Hogwarts an awfully miserly place, but you'd spare a shot of liquor for this poor old drifter, won't you? Well, you're clearly not just any poor old drifter. Are you guys acquainted? He ambushed us in our room after the first round of the family hierarch war was over. He what? The family hierarch war's been over for a while, and everyone in Hogwarts knows who the winner is. A terrormonger like you who only knows how to mooch off other families set foot in here. Looks like I'm going to have to get my clan a stern talking to. How could they let slip a drunk assassin like... Aha, I see that our youthful hierarch is plenty suspicious. I've been a guest to many places, but please, I'm no moocher. Put your worries to rest. I'm a late drunkard who enjoys a cool swig of liquor with scenic landscapes as my bar. The sky is my ceiling, and the dirt is my bed. The man who had introduced himself as the night drifter of the drunken palm leaped down, landing with an dexterity that betrayed the rags he wore his clothing and the terrible stench of liquor emanating from him. Is he seriously? Bad news, Miss Shichun. Apparently, Yuan Chun's bestowed upon you a new master. Big sister Yuan Chun! She also wanted us to deliver the message that she was sending a master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dear little sister, the neophyte hierarch, who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow, I'm beside myself with gratitude. So that's the supposed teacher? This mysterious guy with a mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back at any time? As you said, the family hierarch war is over, and even Mongols hunger to know who has the legitimacy here. The incident during the contest was nothing more than business, a job to take care of in return for what compensation they gave me. I hope you don't carry that grudge in your heart. I'm sure you didn't harm your rivals of the family hierarch war out of personal vendetta, didn't you? Sometimes business is just business. I killed young Master Bao Yu, for they promised to pay off my bar tab, and I'm here to give the hierarch a lesson, for they promised to pay off my future tabs. Go figure. There's nothing to be gained by taking your anger out on a gig worker living hand to mouth like myself, don't you think? I'll advise that the optics and the consequences of rejecting a master sent to us by Jia Yuan Chun herself is not going to look too good. I know, it's only gonna make me look worse, and I'd rather not give Big Sister Yuan Chun more ammunition to take me down. And you there, we'll have eyes tracking your every move, so don't do anything that might arouse unnecessary suspicion. Phew, ain't that a threat? I can only taste one before such hostility. Despite Assad's dead serious warning, the Night Drifter's response was only a hearty chortle. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my to-be pupils are. Now I'll give you a demonstration, if you will. Swing away! Ah, that's enough. But I didn't. I was just getting started. Your form is flawed and your breathing is hollow. Need I say more? Flawed forms often invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial arts prowess is amateurish. What the heck is this? What the heck is this guy serious? I've never had a single master who had anything bad to say about my form. Your arms are straight, your legs supporting your stance are solid and sturdy. Indeed, most masters would not bother themselves to find fault there. But let me pose this question. Are you, my venerable pupil, satisfied with martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more? Huh? There's more to this than raw strength. Now take a swing at me instead. Alright, you asked for it. Jia Shichun takes a powerful swing at the Night Drifter. Your mind outpaces your body. Your intent more transparent than a glass globe. And your edge is dull, for it has very little heart for faints. But he deftly weaves his way between her strikes, which fail to even touch the tip of his ragged cloak. Therefore, to eager to strike, focus singularly on your opponent with force distributed unevenly across your body. So you'll fail to cut and gain a little hole as comeuppance. Then the Night Drifter pokes Shichun's back with the twig. Everyone vying for the seat of the family hierarch has to go through it eventually. The first kill. Some say the earlier the better. Mine was when I was 13. Not too early, not too late. Just right. It would have been a few years since my foolish brother's locked himself in his chamber. Last I heard, he was bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. Not going to live like that dumbass. Try to relax your body, won't you? You have a weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. Do try to reflect upon yourself and relax. Let the unnecessary strength go. Let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision. Hey, wait, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? Wasn't that bad this time, but what if they give him a way worse poison next time? You know, young Master Bao Yu won't accept your gift, my lady. I doubt he's even seeking the culprit now. So stupid. Zero interest in anything practical, zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have. Just how...
But, my lady, it wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Some seek the statue of Anata, the non-self, but what they seek is the path of Asura, reserved for the likes of blade fiends. You must learn to let go of everything, except for the self. What kind of life is it to live without stepping over others? Let it all go. The gazes, the pressures, all of it. Instead, face yourself, and only yourself. And feel how light it all becomes. After some thought, Shichun's form visibly relaxes. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her lips seemed to have found peace as well. She's got it. Oh, then what should we do about you, my overconfident proud pupil? Will you maintain your grave and cocky silence? I wasn't being cocky. If my memories haven't failed me yet, you were one of young Master Jia Baoyu's underlings, correct? Underling, yeah, however you want to call it, I guess. Sinclair replied with a resigned sigh. Just why do you think it was that you, specifically you, among his 12 underlings, were chosen to take this class alongside the young hierarch? Sinclair momentarily flashed a flustered expression, taken off guard by the stranger's sudden, pointed question. He soon regained his composure and replied, well, who else besides me would ever go along with these lesson plans? Don Quixote's going to ditch the classes out of boredom. Same goes for Rhodia, and Otis will try to take over the classes. Not to mention what it'd be like to have Heathcliff here, and... Aha, such a loquacious list of excuses. Struck a nerve, did I? How come you know so little about yourself, even less than what I have already learned about you? What are you talking about? A bird that has failed to break its shell and time will rot within its confines. I still don't understand what you're talking about. Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion to me. Prepare yourself to flit away before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss the opportunity. Then the night drifter giggled flippantly, the suddenly serious attitude nowhere to be seen. Been a while since I let myself babble on for this long. I suppose I can credit my foolish pupils for that. Prepare to swing away! I emptied all distracting thoughts and let the flow of battle swing my weapon. I think I managed to cut through something invisible. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah.
Alright. Yeah. Got that. Ooh boy! Crimson Cleave. Oh, this is that nut. Next opponent's gonna be that nutcase. This dude. Damn, I'm right glad when I got my head screwed back on. It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All the best news I've been hearing since I opened my eyes at the recent recovery room sounded very enticing. I really wish I was there to watch it all. Half the family heads getting arrested for treason. The seat of the family heart going to some inexperienced kid from the Jia family. Not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off, and how she's now been branded as a traitor to her own blood. All the entertainment of the world seems to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? You didn't even show your face at the regular assembly, so I doubt you've any concern for the future of Hangyuan. So just what are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun!
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것.
Yeah, it took me a bit to notice the name of the skill.
좋아, 굳은 않겠어. 중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 거. 봉황이 날개처럼. 전부 모른다고. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면
Dude. Why stop now? Decapitate me like my last death, or stab me in the heart. Cut my limbs to ribbons. Listen, this duel's just a spar, okay? You don't have to kill each other for this to end. Now isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes, and you're too weak to use it. You have everyone who fights you on every step of your way coming to you, practically presenting their heads on a silver platter. You're just gonna let them slink away with these scratches? Get your act together. Family hierarchy war's over. I'm not going to kill someone just because they're being a bit uncooperative. Get real! Do you have any idea how long it'll take for you to gain even a morsel of power by playing this fool's game? Hey, want to hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position as the family hierarch? Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine. And hang my corpse by the entrance of that assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message. And station every single one of your Heisho packs between every pillar at the assembly hall. And if anyone dares to speak out against you, snip, chop off their head before they can get another word out. 5 days. It'll only take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. And that's how you establish yourself as the hierarch. Fear is power. It is not a good idea to... It is not a good idea to establish one's power through fear. Because you have to make sure that their fear of you always stays greater than their fear of you being in power. Because if you don't, and that latter one becomes the greater fear, they're going to be at a point where they're going to realize that they have to stop you. And at that point, you're cooked. Because they're going to know what you're capable of. They're going to know what they have, they're going to know what you might do. But because of how much they fear you being in power, they're not going to care. Well, how much they fear you remaining in power. No, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm here to make Hongyu in a place where its people can live without fear. I thought you of all people might understand. I remember how you used to hate hurting people, more so than anyone else. Man, what a boring answer. That was duller than even my dullest experience. It'll only take a few years until you break, until you become just like them. Just like the family hierarchs of the past who couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seeds of resistance. Just how many people here do you think still have any grip on their sanity? Maybe I'm only a few years away from becoming an idiot shuffling aimlessly around Guanyuan. I can only hope that it won't be a slobbering mess by the time that happens. Something entertaining's gonna happen. I can only hope that happens while I'm still sane. He thinks he's sane. Get a load of that guy. Shui-Pan sauntered away, but Jia Shichun found it difficult to move on. Excellent work, my lady. You have passed the 4th exam with flying colors. You certainly crushed them for underestimating you. I am... My lady? Jia Shichun seems deeply engrossed in thought. Looks like she needs a real huge morale boost. My lady seems to be in a particular mood today. It's all useless, isn't it? Shichun? These classes ended, you guys all leave. I guess I'll be spending my days worried to death that an assassin could pop up out of nowhere and kill me at any moment. Consumed by so much paranoia and worry that I'll start twitching at shadows cast from lamplights. So would it mean anything for me to, prove to them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? I spent my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I have the will and determination to become the family hierarch. Now I have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it? To those bastards, whose only thought in their empty heads is how they could expand their rooms. Mr. Wei, have you ever heard of playing hooky before? Playing hooky? Is it a euphemism for eliminating your enemies? Well, I've really done it back when I was in school, but when there's too much going on in your head, you just skip school and go out to play. Oh. I've only done it once myself after a friend talked me into it. I agree, it seems that the time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well, let us play. Just one hooky. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? I gotta have those bastards' approval, don't I? She's in a really bad mood today, huh? My lady, have you visited the backyard by the Lushui Hermitage? As of late? No, but I know what happened there. They threw in a few dead bodies from the massacre a decade ago, turned the pond foul, and decided to bury the whole thing. Indeed they did. The stench was so overwhelming and toxic that corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating on its surface, eventually turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by had to plug their noses at risk passing out. Dang. So why even bring up something awful like that? It seems that tree had taken root there, my lady, amidst all that rot. A willow. The willow tree reached deep into the pond with its roots, clearing it of the foul grease, cleansing the water. And one day, we found it clear and glittering, thriving of other aquatic plants growing within. It's recovered from the rot, becoming a normal clear pond surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago, they introduced a few carps in there, and they checked again. Were just as vivacious as they were on their first day. There. Would you like to pay the pond a visit, if it is all right with you? Shichun didn't seem to quite buy his explanation, but she followed him anyway. You weren't kidding! I've been in this place for so long! I never thought it could be this clean again. I can hardly believe that this pond used to be a rotten bog. All that happened was that this tree happened to take root here. What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had slipped my mind then, as I was quite swamped with work, but the world has a stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Recovery will follow, as long as there's a steady root to rally around. After a long break, this seemed to freshen even our hearts. Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes, I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say you've had some change of heart, too. Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before. Why is that one mandatory? Huh? Why was there a loading screen? Oh, because there's a scene, that's why. Alright, class. There's no doubt to help you a lot learn how to break your enemy's morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you're already lost. So don't. It don't matter how many there are, or how threatening they look, yeah? Take me, for example. I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop, no matter what enemy we're up against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. What's it there to problem the world you can't solve by boldly rushing in head first? I don't think that's good advice. Ishmael always would have boldly rushed in head first to shake him by his lapels if they'd been here. Here's what I think. Neither of you've got enough pluck. That's right, neither of you could say shite against those buggers back at the assembly hall. Am I right? Just Shichun maintained her silence, the old scar in her pride growing sore again. So, let me have Bill outgrow some backbone. Try getting mad at me. I need to shrink a lot. Stand proud. Well, okay, but how could I? Don't worry about offending me, yeah? I can take it. Unlike you, I'm built with a thick skin full of sorts of insults. Oh, thanks to my ears to the back streets. I'm bloody invincible. Yeah, well, shut up, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks. All you're doing up there standing around and trying to look cool. Ooh, that one's got to sting a little. I think it did. That's it, y'all shite. That's what I would have said back in the day. And I probably would have struck you with this hammer. I mean, my club. But I've changed too. But so did you. I can see that the fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? I will. Now let's practice. Looks like both of you have the perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, the both of you. You mean us, me and Shichun? I grew my backbone by getting into fisticuffs with the boys during my Backstreet days. They break my arm, I break the legs in return. See what I mean? Is that what besties is supposed to mean? Yes, Shichun asked with considerable confusion. Well, let's do this, I guess. You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't.
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해. 전부 보인다고. 조금씩.
I think he's almost staggered. And I've seen that the fight can go a bit differently if Sinclair's stats are higher. I guess I didn't get them high enough. Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, that was much closer than I thought. Good match. Jeez, don't most people usually lose steam the longer a fight gets? The heck was that at the end? The two of them clashed with everything they learned, with all they learned up until the lessons began. I thought for sure that Jeshun would come out on top without breaking a sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity and the tough training Jeshun had as a family hierarchy, but perhaps thanks to the Night Drifter's teachings, or thanks to that mark on his forehead, I saw a glimpse of Sinclair I'd only seen in a select few mirror worlds. You're right, Sinclair? Yeah, it's not like if we were going at it with real weapons. The fight ended before it got any further. Thankfully, so I'm not hurt or anything. I'm feeling a bit of fever in my forehead, though. Didn't seem like Sinclair noticed the single yet clear red line that appeared on his forehead. It's not like anything bad happened when that mark manifested back in La Mancha Land, but when did it manifest in La Mancha Land? I don't remember that. Considering that Demian and Rim were the only other people who'd ever shown similar marks, I couldn't help but worry a little. Hey, you ever wanted to be from home before? Oh, where's this coming from? Going by the way you're acting, it's clear to me that you're a homebody, but there's something behind your eyes that tells me that your life hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows. I wouldn't call it running away from home. It's more like I left home, because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melted away into nothing. I suddenly had to face the whole terrible world all on my own, and that was so overwhelming that, well, I'm sure you can't quite commiserate. You've been on top of your game your whole life, after all. I did leave Dagwanian by my own volition, but if I'm being honest, and here's something I never told away, I felt unutterably lost. There was so much that I had to do, so much responsibility. I guess neither of us were that ready for the world when we left home. I feel just as lost as back home. I feel just as lost back home, though. Oh, and there's Heathcliff too. He also left home some time ago. We paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Heading home must have been pretty exciting for him. I don't think exciting would be the right word. You have no idea how much of the journey back he spent gussing up and primping his hair. Something just came up. Class dismissed. Why is that message repeated 4 times? Okay, really need to crank those 2 up. Apathetic response. When other allies are hit, gain 1 offense level up, then gain 2 haste next turn. Hmm. So, are you going to teach us any techniques? It's only been a few days since your training began, yet where the martial arts masters would teach me their secret techniques. So that's what's got you to pouting all lesson. Ooh-wee, now that's some good wine. Very well, I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did it teach you to do as you swung your sticks? Forget all those things that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements. And that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. A slight friction from the tips of your toes, the ruffle of your clothes, your breaths, erase them all. Erase every ripple and echo you leave upon this world. The night drifter stands before us, but his presence becomes as hazy as mist. Despite the wild movements, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have a form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Forget the weapons in your hands. Forget your structured forms. Break the mold. Become the flow. Let only your will remain. Randomness seeps into his movements until all semblance of pattern becomes lost. There's something clownish about this unpredictable movements, but they're also so hypnotic and floaty that Josh, Chun, and Sinclair couldn't look away. It's the drunken fist style. Last, emptiness of mind. Try not to force the direction of your heart. Empty your desires and intentions both. Stab without thinking. Penetrate without gazing. Both Josh, Chun, and Sinclair's necks were marked by small imprints of the twig that pressed their skin. Zulu, who had been standing next to me all along, had leaped a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. My neck hurts too. Guess I wasn't spared from the lesson. I wonder if this fits that saying Yi saying. If this fits that saying Yi saying utters from time to time. To lose one's nose with eyes open. Immerse yourselves. Make sure your descent is slow and gradual. You've been focusing entirely on the self with your swings thus far. You'd find it quite easy to reach the state of emptiness of mind. Didn't I just say that one must take it slowly and gradually? Jammed your mind already. I don't tell you my everything had you entered under my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No, wait. I need to relax more. So, our new hierarch has found herself the clue to the emptiness of form. What technique is this? It's all just movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give them those flashy names. A truly secret technique should come without one. Phew. Well, it's still supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name? Well, in that case, really, that's some good wine indeed. I guess I'll go with something like plastered sheep unrestrained ripples. Well, I did say it was a drunken boxing style. I don't know, it was like a drunken fist style, didn't I? That name sucks. The class comes to an end with an ultimate move that was probably named in haste. Zilu, who'd been observing the class from a distance, approaches the night drifter. Been a while since I saw someone give a lesson like this, starting from its very fundamentals. I hardly can find people willing to slowly learn from the very fundamentals in a world of infinite technological advancements like the Veil. I am only fortunate enough to have found 2 pupils who are indeed willing. Your gait, your tone. Were you among the 10 Blades of the East? No, it seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't quite recall putting anything on your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no answers to give. Past is like smoke. I have long emptied my any history worth delving into. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. It's not like I can suddenly teach you guys to hear the fathoms of other people's hearts. Yeah, it's not like we can suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right? And that is precisely why I have installed this box called Messages from the Hearts by the door here when the lessons first began. Messages from the Hearts? The greatest strength of Messages from the Hearts is its anonymity. Here, people can anonymously share the concerns that have been eaten away at them without the fear of judgment. Yeah, this seems like a great idea. I can see how everyone can be more honest about their feelings behind the masks of anonymity. The box is quite heavy. It seems that everyone's been making quite the liberal use of this. Let's see, the one on the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. Oh, I've got to ask, do those consultations even do anything? Does this mask of anonymity even do anything? Also, what's the point of these messages anyway? If you've got to whine at their face. Well, I ain't got much else to say, so I've got one. My neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night, so do something about that, yeah? Something about a smoking head over and over. That'd be Yoshi, wouldn't it? I don't know. The point is, it's been getting on my nerves. If that doesn't get taken care of in a week, I'll deal with it in my own way. Deal with it how? It's all just personal grievances. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares harrow the executive manager with such useless, weak-minded complaints? If you're going to continue wasting the executive manager's precious time and cause them trouble, I'll personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You best prepare yourself for consequences. Well, it's like she's right here, speaking about it to my ear. Never thought written words could cause the hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? I've got proof, too. I folded this piece of paper up into a padlock knot shape, but whoever spied on it did a pretty bad job of replicating it. Oh, and another thing. My compass disappeared. It's the compass I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Belmorte trenches. Huh. I have a feeling that's probably going to come up. Well, come up later on in the game's story. I did a Google search and it says some stuff about a Confederate surprise attack. We're gonna have to reestablish some house rules soon. A theft report? Did one of you steal her compass or something? Nah, no way. We never steal from each other, no matter how hard the things get. Something troubles me. Oh, finally! Someone finally submitted a real concern here. Was it the type A wire that caused the explosion, or was it caused by replacing the clamp part from the shattering gear? The likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourselves with this message. Well, that's that, I guess. Look, I felt like I should really share this with everyone. This one might be something serious for once. Can't just let this slip away like nothing happened, you know? I'm talking about the incident that happened aboard Mephi some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping? I ended up figuring out what happened there, right? You're going to have to bring me up to speed on this. Yeah, I don't know exactly when this was, but there's a loud shouting noise outside at night, so we all ran out to see what had happened. But no one managed to find any credible clues, so I guess we just let it slide? Anywho, Dante said they were A-OK, so we just moved on from it, but I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bug arm. So here's my guess. What if he happened to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with one hand? You know what I mean? I'm just the anonymity thingy on this. Gregor, he wouldn't. The alarm clock, broken due to shock at that time of the incident, was pointing precisely at 2:32. And at that hour, only 2 individuals were awake for the night watch duty. Guys, this started to like a whole investigation.
Around 2200, one of the two individuals who were on the night watch duty was... Yep, Miss Faust is one of them. Hey, Dante. Did you have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? Now that I think back on it, I did have a talk with Faust that day, briefly. Faust made a few criticisms on my command style, and she was right, but I pretended to not hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. Don't tell me Faust actually held a grudge against me for that. So, fellas, I don't think anyone's noticed this, but I noticed a dusting of cigarette ash near the shattered alarm clock. As you know, Manager Bud, there's only two among us who smoke, but one of them stayed put in his room. Know what I mean? There's a witness too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she will come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. So she butted in on it? I shall prove unto thee that I am no cowardly weaver of lies. In truth, among numerous cosplays I had wished to accomplish was the duo of Captain Scorps and the One-Eyed Navigator. To explain the lore of Captain Scorps, this tale beginneth verily in year 757. After a very long read. Alas, the responsibility of procuring a scorpion arm proved more dubious than one could have expected. Thus did I convince young Gregor to join forces with me, to cosplay together and capture glorious forms and photographs. But 'twas a pity he had no pipe, only a cigarette between his teeth. And young Ishmael's compass was to be the captain's trinket, and for that purpose I had briefly borrowed it from her room. Oh, woe is me, for I regrettably spilled an entire can of tuna, another prop, and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. Despite my best efforts to restore it, the tunny aroma lingereth still. I beg thy forgiveness, Manager Esquire. So the whole incident was the result of a Shaggy Dog story. Well, at least we now know who took Ishmael's compass. Frustrating. TC. GWNN and MTL. Is this like a code? Sinclair, translation please. Yeah, I tried to parse that from written text is usually way harder. I normally try to read the speaker's tone and the general context of her words, so... Unfortunately, the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually going to find out and try to find the culprit? Nausea bubbled inside me like I'd just been reminded of a persistent itch I'd managed to forget. It's like someone shoved a tuning fork in my head. Well, he might actually have a tuning fork in that clock. Guys! Alright, that's it, clockhead. Read up. I'm going to confront the Assad and tell it like it is if there's something bugging him. Instead of bringing in his sleep. Where is he? Hey, nice. Looks like this anonymous person's trying to get to the bottom of this. Dante. Fare you well. Fare you well? It is I, the sinner first in the order. Apologies are in order. Ever since the incident, I could hardly lull myself to a restful sleep. Truth, it was none other than myself who pummeled your head with a clock. To explain this, one must first explore the sentence cuts off as this part of the paper has been torn off. Worry not about what exists no longer. We'll embark on a multiloquent ascribing of excuses. I write before you in shame and express my willingness to accept any punishment you see fit to dole out. Seek nothing but your forgiveness. I can't believe the culprit was that sinner. Good thing you fessed up, but doesn't something feel off about the whole thing? If he's just trying to take the heat. But it seems to me that the number one student doesn't want to share the story any further. Either someone is really good at copying his way of speaking, at least when it comes to writing a message. Oh shit, he did. Maybe it's best we not dig into it unnecessarily. Oh, hello, Dante. I was taking a walk near here when I found a piece of paper somebody tore off, so I'm returning it here. Hope it finds its way to the original writer. Thus returns the number one sender's paper. This has to be the key to resolving this case. I hurriedly unfurled the paper. The truth of what transpired. You ever find yourself wondering, Wondering if that crackling fire-like thing on top of the manager's head is hot like real fire, or if it would not give off any heat. Curious, right? Don't worry about it, Yi saying. It's not like we have any other way to tell other than touching it ourselves. Haha. Indeed, unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. They're asleep. Must have been pretty tired. Indeed, the ticking noise has shrunk in volume. Seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we were to just quickly check while the manager's asleep? Why a clock, though? I'd have just grabbed a marshmallow, put it on a stick, and used that. Perhaps the sound of phlegm sinking past my gullet is far too much noise for this task. Yeah, well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. You saying? The alarm next to the manager. It's about to go off. You have a minute at most. I shall interface with the timepiece. Oof. Look at you rats playing a played-out prank. And that is indeed the full tale of what has transpired. Under the lens of hindsight's illumination, it would almost appear that I am making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easier on my heart to simply assume the entire weight of my culpability myself. And that's where it ends. The culprit was right under our noses the whole time. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it, but Otis was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit that I couldn't bring myself to, can't deny that. Tell you the truth in time. To tell you another truth. I think I might have an idea as to why I've been made a student alongside Miss Shichun. It must have been something that the company was expecting from me, but it's not just not showing up, so must be making me take these classes to compensate for it. I have no idea how much longer this is gonna go, so yeah. I guess I'll have to pick this up tomorrow. Good grief, this level is long. Just this one little level. Yeah, it looks like Pumpkin Potion's playing Persona 5. Persona 5 Royal, it looks like. Let's try reading Kasumi. Okay, apparently not. I guess Cozy Gubu's is playing a rhythm game. Oh. Alright, let's fade Seiya then. As always, folks, thank you for watching. Peace be with you this day and always.